Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. "I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small, choose something without asking for their input, then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you, just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. "I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship." Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now. Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. "I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better." A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. "I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them." A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know, "I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded." Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation." Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together. Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind? This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay? This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship. But when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about? Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person, or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, you can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then, life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems. And every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen, they remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life, and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. "I'm short on cash," or "let me get back to you." I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself as much as you can. Associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters: my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, they were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships, it was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it. And when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious, but their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing. Are you tired of waiting for motivation to strike before you take action? Imagine a life where you're always ready to act, no matter the obstacles. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism comes in. I'll share with you 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you force yourself to take purposeful action, even on the hardest days. Think about it. You know what you want. You have the goals, but every time you go to take that first step, something holds you back. It could be procrastination, self-doubt, or just the overwhelming feeling of, where do I even start? I'm going to break down actionable Stoic principles that tackle these exact struggles. Imagine overcoming procrastination, finding clarity of purpose, and actually turning challenges into opportunities for growth. These aren't just philosophies. They're practical techniques that have helped people lead more disciplined and focused lives for centuries. By the end of this video, you'll have 10 strategies you can apply daily to transform your habits, simplify your life, and finally take control of your actions. These are timeless insights designed to help you become a more intentional, resilient version of yourself. Ready to master the art of purposeful action? Let's dive into each of these Stoic principles, starting now. 1. Take small steps. Whenever I think about a big goal I want to accomplish, I admit I often feel overwhelmed. The vision of what I want can be so massive that it's hard to know where to start. I remind myself of the Stoic wisdom about taking small, steady steps toward any significant goal. Rather than focusing on the intimidating end point, I try to break things down into smaller, more manageable actions that I can work on daily. In my experience, these small steps are where the real momentum starts. Each step, no matter how small, is a little victory that gives me a sense of accomplishment and motivates me to keep going. There have been times when I've tried to do too much at once and felt burnt out or even defeated. But when I slow down and take things one step at a time, I can build up a consistent rhythm, making it much easier to stick with my goals over the long term. This approach doesn't just work for big dreams, but also for everyday tasks. If I feel overwhelmed by a project at work or something at home, I break it down and tackle each part one at a time. Doing this helps me feel more in control and makes even the toughest tasks feel achievable. With each small step, I remind myself that I'm moving forward, and that's all that really matters. In the end, progress is about persistence, not perfection. Taking things one small step at a time keeps me grounded, focused, and motivated to keep going. 2. Embrace memento mori to boost urgency. Reflecting on the concept of memento mori, remembering that life is finite, has changed how I approach my time and priorities. The reminder that life isn't endless isn't something morbid or negative. Instead, it's a way to focus on what truly matters. Whenever I'm tempted to procrastinate or spend too much time on things that don't align with my values, I pause and think about how I'd feel if this was my last day. How would I want to spend it? This perspective helps me cut through the noise and focus on actions that genuinely matter to me. It's a gentle nudge to stop waiting for the right moment and to start acting with purpose and urgency. If I have a goal I've been putting off, memento mori pushes me to start now, rather than waiting for everything to feel perfect, which rarely happens anyway. Thinking this way also helps me appreciate the present. I know that my time is limited, so I'm motivated to make the most of each day. Instead of spending hours scrolling through social media or getting lost in trivial distractions, I'm more likely to reach out to loved ones, work on my passions, or do something that adds value to my life. Knowing that time is fleeting makes me more mindful and intentional, pushing me to take purposeful action rather than letting time slip by unnoticed. Embracing memento mori has brought more meaning to my life, encouraging me to live fully and act with clarity and commitment every day. 3. Cultivate gratitude for the opportunity to act. When daily tasks pile up or my to-do list feels endless, I sometimes catch myself feeling frustrated or overwhelmed. But instead of letting those feelings take over, I've learned to pause and find gratitude for the opportunity to act. Stoicism teaches that every task, even the small or tedious ones, is an opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and discipline. When I approach my responsibilities this way, they transform from chores to chances for growth. This mindset shift has changed how I feel about routine. Instead of dreading certain tasks, I see them as a way to build my character and strengthen my resolve. Whether it's working out, staying late to finish a project, or simply doing household chores, I remind myself that each action is part of a bigger picture. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to my personal growth. Gratitude also makes these tasks feel lighter. When I remind myself that I have the ability and time to take action, it feels like a privilege rather than a burden. There are countless people who might long for the chance to pursue what I sometimes take for granted. So, instead of viewing my responsibilities as exhausting, I see them as gifts that allow me to grow and live fully. This perspective not only motivates me to take action, but also fills my day with a sense of purpose and appreciation, turning every task into a meaningful part of my journey. 4. Overcome procrastination. Procrastination has always been a tough habit for me to break. It's easy to choose comfort and avoid the hard work, but I've realized that procrastination isn't just about avoiding tasks. It's a barrier to my own growth. Stoicism encourages us to act in the present, knowing that time is one of our most precious resources. When I procrastinate, I'm letting go of something I'll never get back: time. What has helped me is reframing each task as a step towards the life I want. If I delay action, I'm actually choosing to delay my progress and hold myself back. I remind myself that every moment spent avoiding a task is time I could be investing in my own future. This awareness is like an internal nudge that keeps me focused on the bigger picture. Procrastination might offer short-term comfort, but in the long run, it just adds stress and regret. Breaking free from procrastination is also about accepting discomfort. Instead of seeing challenges as reasons to avoid something, I try to see them as opportunities to strengthen my resilience. Taking action isn't always easy, but I find that when I push through, I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride that's far more fulfilling than avoidance. The Stoic mindset has taught me that true freedom comes from discipline, not in avoiding hard work, but in embracing it. By focusing on the present and taking purposeful action, I'm breaking the cycle of procrastination and building a life of progress and fulfillment. 5. Discipline yourself. Self-discipline has been one of the most empowering tools in my life. When I think of discipline, I don't see it as a restrictive or limiting practice. Instead, it's my path to freedom. Stoicism teaches that when we control our actions and emotions, we gain the power to shape our lives rather than being pulled by fleeting whims or impulses. With self-discipline, I feel more aligned with my goals and values, as if I'm steering my own ship through life's currents. It's not always easy, of course. There are days when I just want to let go of all structure and indulge in comfort or distractions. But I've noticed that when I do this, I feel less fulfilled in the end. Discipline helps me stay on track with my goals, even when motivation fades. It's what keeps me committed to the things that truly matter to me, like health, learning, and personal growth. To make discipline a daily practice, I start small. I'll choose one action, like exercising, and commit to doing it consistently, even if only for a short time. Each small victory strengthens my self-control, creating a foundation for bigger challenges. When I follow through on my commitments, I feel a sense of accomplishment and self-respect that motivates me to keep going. Stoicism teaches that self-discipline isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a pathway to inner peace. By mastering myself, I gain the freedom to act with purpose and integrity in every area of my life. 6. Visualize potential outcomes. One powerful Stoic practice I've embraced is premeditatio malorum, imagining potential obstacles before they arise. This isn't about being pessimistic, rather it's a way to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for whatever challenges may come my way. When I visualize different scenarios, including setbacks, I feel more resilient and less likely to be thrown off course when things don't go as planned. For instance, if I'm working on an important project, I'll take a moment to think through possible challenges. Maybe there will be unexpected delays, or maybe I'll feel frustrated and want to give up. By acknowledging these possibilities up front, I can plan how I'll respond. I'm ready to handle obstacles with a calm, focused mind, rather than letting stress or anxiety take over. Visualizing potential outcomes also helps me appreciate the value of preparation. It encourages me to think ahead, stay organized, and build flexibility into my plans. I don't feel as reactive to situations because I've already mentally rehearsed how I'll handle them. This practice has given me a greater sense of control and confidence in my ability to adapt. Knowing that I'm prepared for whatever comes my way, I feel more motivated to take action and stay committed to my path. 7. Develop purpose through virtue. I've often asked myself, what's my purpose? For a long time, I thought purpose was something I had to find or achieve, but Stoicism has helped me see that purpose isn't necessarily a destination, it's a way of being. According to Stoic principles, our purpose is best developed through virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Rather than looking for an external mission, I focus on aligning my actions with these core values. This approach has brought a lot of clarity to my life. For example, if I'm faced with a tough decision, I ask myself if my choice reflects wisdom or courage. By prioritizing virtues over outcomes, I find a sense of inner fulfillment that's not tied to success or failure. Even if I don't achieve a specific goal, acting in alignment with my values leaves me with a sense of purpose and integrity. Finding purpose through virtue also makes it easier to stay motivated. Instead of being driven by short-term desires or external recognition, I'm fueled by a deeper commitment to living ethically. When I'm clear on my values, I feel more resilient in the face of challenges and setbacks. My actions are not just about achieving goals, they're about becoming the kind of person I aspire to be. This focus on virtue gives me a steady motivation to take action every day, knowing that each choice brings me closer to my ideal self. 8. Simplify your life. Living simply wasn't always easy for me. I used to think that more was better, more stuff, more commitments, more activity. But Stoicism taught me the value of simplicity, and now I see it as one of the greatest sources of peace and focus in my life. When I simplify my environment and my routines, I feel a mental clarity that makes it much easier to focus on what's truly important. One of the first things I did to simplify my life was to declutter my physical space. I got rid of items I didn't use or need, and that act alone felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Having fewer things to manage gives me more time and energy to focus on what matters, like my relationships, my work, and my health. Simplifying my life also means saying no to commitments that don't align with my values. This has freed me to invest more deeply in fewer, more meaningful pursuits. I've found that a simpler life is not about deprivation, it's about quality over quantity. By reducing distractions and focusing on essentials, I'm better able to make deliberate, meaningful choices. I'm no longer overwhelmed by endless options or obligations. Instead, my life feels more intentional, and my actions have more impact. Living simply has taught me that less really can be more, and I'm motivated each day to act with a clear sense of purpose and joy. 9. Transform challenges into opportunities. In the past, challenges used to feel like roadblocks. I'd get frustrated and feel defeated when things didn't go as planned. But Stoicism has taught me that challenges aren't obstacles, they're opportunities for growth. Instead of seeing setbacks as threats, I now view them as tests that strengthen my character. Each time I face a difficulty, I ask myself what I can learn from it, or how it might help me grow. One example that comes to mind is a recent work project that seemed overwhelming. There were constant changes, tight deadlines, and moments when I doubted my abilities. But instead of letting frustration consume me, I reminded myself that this was a chance to develop resilience and problem-solving skills. By focusing on what I could learn rather than on how hard it was, I ended up discovering new strengths within myself. This mindset shift has transformed how I respond to life's inevitable ups and downs. Rather than being discouraged, I'm motivated to see challenges as necessary parts of my journey. I no longer avoid difficulties or view them as failures. I welcome them as teachers. Embracing this Stoic principle has brought a new level of resilience into my life, making it easier to act with confidence and purpose no matter the situation. 10. Build good habits. I've learned that good habits are like the building blocks of a purposeful life. Stoicism emphasizes that we should cultivate habits that align with our values and help us grow. Habits like mindfulness, gratitude, and persistence aren't just actions, they're reflections of who I want to become. By practicing these habits daily, I'm steadily building a life that's in line with my values and long-term goals. Establishing good habits starts small. I try to pick one simple habit at a time, like setting aside a few minutes each morning to reflect on what I'm grateful for. This habit alone has made me more mindful and appreciative of what I have, setting a positive tone for the rest of my day. Over time, as I've layered more habits that align with my values, I feel a growing sense of peace and purpose. Stoic wisdom has taught me that excellence isn't achieved overnight. It's cultivated through consistent effort. Each small action, repeated daily, builds a foundation for the life I aspire to live. Rather than focusing on perfection, I focus on progress. This makes it easier to forgive myself when I slip up and get back on track. Building good habits has brought a sense of order and direction into my life, helping me take action with a clear and steady focus on my values. We've covered 10 powerful Stoic-inspired strategies to help you take action with purpose, no matter the challenges you face. From embracing self-discipline and transforming obstacles into growth opportunities to building habits that align with your values. These principles are tools you can use every day to live more intentionally and become a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. If you found these insights valuable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content that helps you grow and reach your potential. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your biggest takeaway or a Stoic principle you're planning to apply in the comments below. And don't forget to share this video with anyone who might benefit from these timeless lessons. Let's keep building a life of purpose, action, and wisdom together. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Ever wondered if you're overlooking crucial signs in your relationship that suggest it's time to walk away? Relationships are complex, and sometimes it's hard to see the red flags when you're emotionally invested. Imagine if you had a guide to help you recognize these signs and make informed decisions for your well-being. In this video, we delve into the wisdom of Stoicism to uncover 15 critical insights that can help you determine when it's wise to end a relationship. These timeless principles will empower you to prioritize your self-respect and emotional health, ensuring you only invest in relationships that truly enrich your life. Let's explore these insights together, starting with a common but often overlooked red flag: controlling behavior. Number 1, controlling behavior. If your partner demands you give up your hobbies or friends, it's a red flag for controlling behavior. In a healthy relationship, both partners should feel free to pursue their interests and maintain their social connections. Imagine you're passionate about playing basketball with your friends every Saturday. It's your time to unwind, stay fit, and socialize. However, your partner constantly complains about this hobby, insisting that you should spend Saturdays with them instead. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd spend more time with me on weekends," or "Your friends are a bad influence on you." This kind of behavior is not just about them wanting to spend more time together. It's about control. Over time, you might find yourself isolated, having given up not only basketball, but also other hobbies and friendships that were important to you. Your world shrinks to revolve solely around them, and this can lead to resentment and a loss of personal identity. For example, consider John's story. John loved playing the guitar and often jammed with his band. His girlfriend, however, didn't like the time he spent away from her and demanded he quit the band. Reluctantly, John agreed, but he soon found himself feeling trapped and unhappy. The relationship eventually ended because John realized he had sacrificed too much of himself to appease his partner. A controlling partner's demands can erode your sense of self and well-being. It's crucial to recognize these signs early and address them, or if necessary, walk away to preserve your independence and happiness. Number 2, infidelity. Unfaithfulness is a deal breaker, and downplaying it as a one-time mistake is unacceptable. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship. When your partner cheats, it shatters this foundation. For instance, imagine discovering that your partner has been texting and meeting up with someone else. They may brush it off, saying, "It was just a fling. It meant nothing." But infidelity, regardless of how it's framed, is a profound breach of trust and respect. Take Sarah's experience as an example. She found out that her boyfriend had cheated on her during a business trip. When confronted, he dismissed it as a one-time mistake and begged for forgiveness. Despite his apologies, Sarah couldn't shake off the betrayal. Every time he went on another trip, she was consumed by doubt and insecurity. This constant state of anxiety eroded her self-esteem and well-being. Infidelity doesn't just hurt in the moment. Its effects linger, creating a toxic environment filled with suspicion and pain. It's crucial to acknowledge that staying in a relationship after such a betrayal often leads to prolonged emotional suffering. Walking away from an unfaithful partner is essential to preserving your dignity and mental health. Number 3, lack of effort. A partner who makes little to no effort to contribute to the relationship or support you emotionally is not committed. A healthy relationship thrives on mutual effort. Both partners should actively participate in making each other feel valued and supported. Imagine you're always the one planning dates, initiating conversations and showing interest in your partner's life while they barely reciprocate. This imbalance indicates a lack of genuine commitment. Consider David and Lisa's relationship. David noticed that he was always the one cooking meals, organizing outings, and checking in on Lisa's well-being. Lisa, however, rarely did the same for him. When David brought it up, Lisa dismissed his concerns, saying she was just not good at those things. Over time, David felt unappreciated and exhausted from carrying the weight of the relationship alone. A partner who doesn't put in the effort shows a lack of respect and appreciation for you. Relationships require work from both sides, and if your partner isn't willing to meet you halfway, it's a clear sign that they're not fully invested. It's wise to reconsider your involvement in such a one-sided dynamic. Chai A partner who never takes responsibility and always blames you for issues lacks maturity and the ability to sustain a healthy relationship. Accountability is vital in any relationship. When problems arise, both partners should be willing to acknowledge their part and work towards a solution. If your partner consistently shifts the blame onto you, it shows a lack of maturity and an inability to self-reflect. Imagine you and your partner have a disagreement about finances. Instead of discussing the issue calmly, your partner immediately accuses you of poor money management, despite you both having made financial decisions together. This pattern of blame shifting can create a toxic environment where you feel constantly at fault and undervalued. Take Anna and Mark's story. Whenever an argument arose, Mark would twist the situation to make it seem like Anna's fault, even when it clearly wasn't. Over time, Anna began to doubt herself and her decisions, feeling increasingly powerless in the relationship. A partner who can't own up to their mistakes isn't ready for a mature, healthy relationship. Mutual responsibility is key to resolving conflicts and growing together. If blame shifting is a recurring issue, it may be time to step away and seek a relationship built on mutual respect and accountability. Number 5, frequent lies. Dishonesty, even about minor issues, can indicate deeper trust issues and a lack of integrity. Honesty is the bedrock of trust. When your partner lies, it erodes the trust that binds you. Even small, seemingly insignificant lies can accumulate, leading to a web of deceit that damages the relationship. Consider Emily and Jack's relationship. Jack often lied about small things like where he was or who he was with. Emily initially dismissed these lies as harmless, but over time she began to feel increasingly suspicious and anxious. Each lie, no matter how small, chipped away at her trust in Jack. Honesty is crucial for a healthy relationship. When lies become a regular occurrence, it signals a deeper issue of integrity and respect. A partner who values you will be honest, even when it's uncomfortable. If dishonesty is a persistent problem, it's essential to reassess the relationship and consider moving on for your peace of mind. Number 6, dismissing feelings. A partner who dismisses your feelings and calls you overly sensitive is not respecting your emotions. Your emotions are valid and deserve to be acknowledged and respected. If your partner dismisses your feelings, it shows a lack of empathy and understanding. Imagine sharing your disappointment about a cancelled date, and your partner responds with, "You're being too sensitive." It's not a big deal. And take Mia's experience. Whenever she expressed her feelings about something that upset her, her boyfriend would dismiss her as overly emotional. He would often say, "You need to toughen up," instead of addressing her concerns. This dismissal made Mia feel unheard and invalidated. A partner who belittles your emotions is not valuing your perspective. It's important to be with someone who listens and empathizes with your feelings. Dismissing emotions can lead to a buildup of resentment and hurt. If your partner consistently invalidates your feelings, it's a sign to consider leaving the relationship for your emotional well-being. Number 7, talking about exes. Frequent mentions of past relationships suggest that your partner might still be hung up on their ex, making you a rebound. Constantly hearing about your partner's ex can be unsettling and indicates unresolved feelings. Imagine cooking dinner together and your partner frequently brings up how their ex used to do things differently. This comparison can make you feel inadequate and undervalued. Consider Tom's situation. His girlfriend often reminisced about her ex, even during intimate moments. She would say things like, "My ex used to take me to this restaurant," making Tom feel like he was constantly being compared. This behavior made Tom question his place in her heart. Talking about exes can signify that your partner hasn't fully moved on. A healthy relationship focuses on the present and future, not the past. If your partner frequently brings up their ex, it might be a sign that they're not ready for a new relationship. It's important to address this issue and, if necessary, walk away to protect your emotional health. Number 8, self-centeredness. If your partner is only interested in themselves and not in your achievements or goals, it's a sign they may not truly care about you. A balanced relationship involves mutual interest and support. If your partner is consistently self-centered, it can feel like your needs and aspirations are ignored. For example, imagine sharing exciting news about a promotion at work, but your partner quickly changes the topic to their own day without acknowledging your achievement. Consider Julia's experience. Whenever she tried to discuss her goals and dreams, her boyfriend would divert the conversation to his interests. He rarely asked about her day or supported her ambitions. Julia felt increasingly neglected and unimportant in the relationship. A self-centered partner fails to provide the emotional support necessary for a healthy relationship. It's essential to be with someone who celebrates your successes and stands by you during challenges. If your partner is only focused on themselves, it's a red flag that they may not truly value the relationship. Number 9, false accusations. Baseless accusations of cheating erode trust and indicate deeper issues in the relationship. Trust is fundamental in any relationship. When your partner accuses you of infidelity without evidence, it shows insecurity and a lack of trust. Imagine being constantly questioned about your whereabouts or who you're talking to, despite having done nothing wrong. Take Rachel's story. Her boyfriend frequently accused her of cheating whenever she spent time with friends or stayed late at work. These accusations were unfounded and stemmed from his own insecurities. The constant need to defend herself made Rachel feel suffocated and mistrusted. False accusations create a toxic environment where you're perpetually on the defensive. Trust should be built on mutual respect and confidence in each other. If your partner's baseless accusations persist, it's a sign of deeper issues that need to be addressed. Sometimes the healthiest choice is to walk away from such a draining situation. Number 10, always busy. If your partner is constantly too busy for you, it indicates a lack of genuine interest in the relationship. Time and attention are crucial for maintaining a strong relationship. If your partner frequently uses their busy schedule as an excuse to avoid spending time with you, it signals a lack of priority. Imagine messaging your partner about meeting up, only to receive responses like, "I'm swamped at work," or "maybe next week." Consider Alex's experience. His girlfriend always claimed she was too busy with work and personal commitments to see him. While Alex made time for her, despite his own hectic schedule, she rarely reciprocated. This consistent brush-off made Alex feel unimportant and undervalued. A partner who truly cares will make time for you, no matter how busy they are. It's about finding balance and showing that the relationship matters. If your partner is perpetually unavailable, it's a red flag that their interest might not be as strong as yours. It's important to recognize this and consider whether the relationship is meeting your needs. Number 11, pointing out flaws. Constant criticism from your partner indicates they are not supportive and may hinder your personal growth. Constructive feedback is essential, but constant criticism can be damaging. Imagine your partner frequently pointing out your mistakes and flaws, making you feel inadequate. Instead of focusing on your strengths and encouraging your growth, they highlight your shortcomings, eroding your self-esteem. Consider Leo's experience. His girlfriend often criticized his appearance, career choices, and even his hobbies. Comments like, "You should dress better," or "Why are you still stuck in that dead-end job?" became common. Over time, Leo began to doubt his worth and felt discouraged from pursuing his passions. In a healthy relationship, partners should uplift and support each other. Constantly pointing out flaws shows a lack of respect and appreciation. It's important to feel valued and confident with your partner, not belittled. If you find yourself in a relationship where criticism is frequent and harsh, it may be time to evaluate its impact on your well-being and consider moving on. Number 12, lack of respect. If your partner often disrespects you in public or private, it's a clear sign that they do not value you or the relationship. Respect is fundamental in any relationship. Disrespect can manifest in various ways, such as mocking your opinions, belittling your accomplishments, or ignoring your boundaries. Imagine sharing your thoughts during a discussion only for your partner to roll their eyes and dismiss your perspective. Take Karen's story. Her boyfriend frequently made fun of her in front of their friends, joking about her intelligence and capabilities. Although he claimed it was all in good fun, Karen felt humiliated and devalued. This behavior extended to their private conversations, where he would undermine her decisions and opinions. A partner who respects you will treat you with kindness and consideration, both publicly and privately. Disrespect erodes the foundation of a relationship and can lead to long-term emotional harm. If your partner consistently disrespects you, it's crucial to address the issue and, if necessary, leave the relationship to protect your self-worth. Number 13, inconsistent behavior. If your partner's actions and words frequently contradict each other, it creates confusion and mistrust, signaling an unstable relationship. Consistency in actions and words is key to building trust. Imagine your partner promising to spend more time with you, but repeatedly canceling plans at the last minute without a valid reason. This inconsistency can make you feel unsure about their true intentions and commitment. Consider Nathan's situation. His girlfriend often made grand promises about their future together, but rarely followed through on any of them. She would talk about moving in together or planning trips, but when the time came, she always had excuses. This left Nathan feeling confused and uncertain about the stability of their relationship. Inconsistent behavior can create a sense of instability and mistrust. A reliable partner aligns their actions with their words, providing a stable foundation for the relationship. If you find yourself constantly questioning your partner's intentions due to their inconsistency, it may be a sign that the relationship is not built on solid ground. Number 14, emotional dependency. If your partner relies on you for all their emotional support, it's a sign they need professional help and the relationship is unhealthy. While supporting each other emotionally is important, relying solely on one partner for all emotional needs can be overwhelming. Imagine your partner turning to you for every emotional crisis, expecting you to fix all their problems without seeking help elsewhere. Consider Emma's experience. Her boyfriend constantly depended on her for emotional support, from handling stress at work to dealing with personal insecurities. Emma found herself drained and unable to focus on her own needs. Despite suggesting he seek therapy, he refused, placing all his emotional burdens on her. A balanced relationship involves mutual support while maintaining individual emotional resilience. If your partner's emotional dependency becomes overwhelming, it indicates they may need professional help. It's essential to recognize the limits of what you can provide and ensure your own emotional health is not compromised. Number 15, constant negativity. If your partner is consistently negative or pessimistic, it can drain your energy and affect your well-being. Positivity and optimism are crucial for a healthy relationship. Imagine your partner always focusing on the negatives, complaining about their job, criticizing others, and rarely expressing gratitude or joy. This constant negativity can be exhausting and impact your own outlook on life. Consider Josh's story. His girlfriend was perpetually negative, always finding something to complain about. Whether it was about her day, their plans, or the people around them, her pessimism overshadowed any positive moments they shared. Over time, Josh found himself feeling more anxious and less enthusiastic about their future together. Being with a partner who constantly brings a negative attitude can be draining. It's important to surround yourself with positivity and support. If your partner's negativity is affecting your mental and emotional well-being, it may be necessary to re-evaluate the relationship and consider moving on to preserve your happiness. In conclusion, maintaining self-respect and seeking a supportive partner is crucial for a healthy and fulfilling relationship. Recognizing these red flags early on can save you from prolonged emotional distress and help you make informed decisions about your relationship. Remember, a relationship should enhance your life, not drain it. If these red flags appear, it's wise to consider walking away to protect your well-being and happiness. Act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 1, imagine waking up each day with an unshakable sense of calm, no matter what life throws your way. Picture navigating through traffic jams, missed deadlines, and unexpected setbacks with the same serenity as a monk in meditation. This isn't a distant fantasy, but a tangible reality you can achieve by embracing the power of Stoic philosophy. Within each of us lies a hidden strength, an inner fortress of peace that remains untouchable by external events. Yet, too often, we unknowingly turn minor inconveniences into overwhelming dramas, magnifying our suffering through our own perceptions. We have the power to transform our reactions, to choose the path of the sage who remains undisturbed in the face of adversity. This mindset of non-disturbance, meeting each moment with calm acceptance rather than emotional upheaval, unlocks profound reserves of peace and wisdom. Through dedicated practice, we can cultivate this skill, allowing our former habit of making mountains out of molehills to fade away. We can rediscover the simple grace of navigating life's ups and downs with centered poise. Embracing this powerful Stoic approach enables us to transform disturbances into opportunities for growth, ensuring our tranquility remains unshaken amidst the chaos of everyday life. Prepare to delve into the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and discover how to act like nothing disturbs you anymore. Number 2, avoiding imaginary pains. Seneca reminds us that we often suffer more in imagination than in reality. Our minds are skilled at conjuring up worst-case scenarios that never come to pass. Yet these imagined fears can cause us real distress. By recognizing this tendency, we can intercept catastrophic thinking before it spirals out of control. When faced with a challenging situation, pause and separate the actual facts from the fears your mind has created. Most of the time, the reality is far less frightening than the scenarios we imagine. This awareness allows us to save our mental and emotional energy for genuinely significant issues. Instead of letting hypothetical fears control us, we can focus on what is happening in the present moment and address it calmly and rationally. Embracing this Stoic principle helps us maintain inner peace and reduces unnecessary suffering. The next time your mind starts to create a disaster out of a minor event, remember that these fears are just figments of your imagination. Consciously choose to stay grounded in reality, and you will find that many of the monsters that haunt you are not as real as they seem. Number 3, building emotional immunity. Developing emotional resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic practice. By regularly engaging in Stoic exercises, we strengthen our ability to remain calm and composed under pressure. Recognizing that emotions are transient allows us to navigate through life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed. Emotional immunity is built through consistent practice and mindfulness. When we face stress or adversity, our habitual response should be one of measured calm rather than panic or despair. This doesn't mean suppressing our feelings, but rather acknowledging them and choosing not to be controlled by them. With time, our emotional responses become more tempered and our capacity for endurance grows. Just as our physical bodies become stronger with regular exercise, our emotional resilience is fortified through daily Stoic practice. This resilience enables us to meet life's challenges with grace and wisdom, maintaining our inner peace amidst external turmoil. By cultivating this strength, we ensure that we are not easily disturbed by life's inevitable difficulties, allowing us to live more serenely and purposefully. Number 4, daily practice of Stoic exercises. Incorporating Stoic exercises into our daily routine is essential for cultivating resilience and inner peace. Reflecting on Stoic principles each day helps us internalize their wisdom. Practicing negative visualization, where we imagine potential challenges and losses, prepares us to face them with equanimity when they occur. This exercise strengthens our mental fortitude and reduces the shock of unexpected events. Journaling about our daily experiences and responses helps us identify patterns in our thinking and behavior, allowing us to make conscious adjustments. These practices ground us in the present moment and help us respond to life's challenges with clarity and calm. By dedicating time each day to these exercises, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through both minor inconveniences and significant hardships. The regular practice of Stoic exercises ensures that our minds are disciplined, our emotions are balanced, and our responses to life's events are guided by reason rather than reactivity. This daily commitment to Stoic principles fosters a deep-seated resilience that enhances our overall well-being. Number 5, examples of perspective shifts. Adopting a Stoic perspective can dramatically alter how we experience life's challenges. For instance, Physical pain and ailments, while uncomfortable, are often labeled as unbearable due to our perception. By relabeling them as discomforts rather than crises, we can endure them more easily. Similarly, stressful situations like public speaking or difficult conversations are opportunities to tap into our inner coping skills. Countless people face these challenges daily and emerge unscathed, proving that they are not insurmountable. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one or the end of a significant relationship, are among life's most profound challenges. Yet, as millions have experienced, this pain is bearable with time and the proper perspective. By viewing these hardships through a Stoic lens, we understand that most of our suffering is self-created. We magnify our troubles by resisting reality instead of accepting it with calmness. Shifting our perspective to see challenges as manageable rather than overwhelming allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and resilience. Number 6, questioning endurance. Marcus Aurelius challenges us to question our inability to endure hardships. When we declare something unbearable, we should ask ourselves why. Often, we find that our reasons lack substance. Most of what we face is endurable when viewed objectively. Our minds have a tendency to magnify challenges, making them seem more significant than they are. By examining these perceptions, we often find that the difficulties we face are within our capacity to handle. For example, physical pain, such as a headache or backache, while unpleasant, is not genuinely unbearable. We have endured similar discomforts many times before. Stressful situations like public speaking or challenging conversations cause anxiety beforehand, yet people face these scenarios daily without falling apart. Emotional hardships, such as the loss of a loved one, are undeniably painful, but millions have borne this pain and emerged resilient. By rigorously questioning why we deem something unbearable, we often find that it is our perception, not the reality, that makes it so. This insight allows us to endure with greater strength and composure, understanding that we possess more grit than we realize. Number 7, choosing how to view situations. One of the most powerful teachings of Stoicism is the idea that our suffering often arises from our interpretation of events rather than the events themselves. Epictetus famously said, "People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them." This principle reminds us that we have control over how we view any situation. A traffic jam can be a source of immense frustration for one person, while another may see it as an opportunity to enjoy an audiobook. The facts remain the same. It is our perspective that creates our experience. By choosing to adopt a rational and objective viewpoint, we can mitigate much of the unnecessary suffering that comes from catastrophizing and negative thinking. When faced with setbacks, disappointments, or daily irritations, we have the power to decide how much they will affect us. By training ourselves to view situations through a Stoic lens, we cultivate a mindset that seeks solutions and remains calm, regardless of external circumstances. This shift in perspective can transform our lives, allowing us to maintain inner peace and resilience. Number 8, the role of acceptance in Stoicism. Acceptance is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. It involves embracing reality as it is, without resistance or denial. This does not mean passive resignation, but an active choice to acknowledge and work with the circumstances we face. By accepting what cannot be changed, we conserve our energy for what we can influence. This mindset helps us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and reduces unnecessary suffering. Developing a habit of acceptance allows us to respond to difficulties with calmness and clarity. When we stop fighting against reality, we find that many of our struggles diminish. Acceptance enables us to see situations objectively and to make rational decisions based on the facts rather than our emotional reactions. This principle is particularly powerful in dealing with setbacks and obstacles, which are inevitable in life. By accepting them as part of our journey, we can adapt and move forward with grace. Embracing acceptance helps us maintain our inner peace and resilience, no matter what life throws our way. Number 9, philosophical insights. Epictetus teaches that it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. This insight is crucial for maintaining inner peace. By differentiating between the objective facts of a situation and our emotional reactions, we can prevent unnecessary suffering. For instance, a traffic jam is just a collection of cars moving slowly. It is our impatience and frustration that cause distress. Similarly, losing a job is a challenging experience, but it is our fear of the future and feelings of inadequacy that magnify the pain. By focusing on the facts and viewing situations objectively, we can maintain a sense of calm and control. This approach allows us to respond to life's challenges with wisdom and composure. When we strip away our emotional narratives and focus on the reality of a situation, we often find that it is more manageable than we initially thought. This Stoic practice of maintaining objectivity helps us navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and serenity. Number 10, adopting a resilient posture. Embracing difficulties with a posture of strength and calm is a hallmark of Stoic philosophy. When we encounter challenges, it is crucial to maintain perspective and engage in problem solving rather than succumbing to panic or despair. By viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we transform adversity into a catalyst for personal development. This resilient posture involves staying grounded and composed, even in the face of significant setbacks. It requires a conscious effort to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot. This mindset helps us navigate through life's inevitable challenges with grace and wisdom. Adopting a resilient posture means approaching each difficulty with a calm, measured response and seeking solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. By cultivating this resilience, we build an inner strength that enables us to face life's trials with confidence and poise. This Stoic approach ensures that we remain undisturbed by external events and maintain our inner peace regardless of the circumstances. Number 11, practical application. Stoic philosophy is not merely theoretical, but highly practical, offering concrete strategies for dealing with life's challenges. When faced with setbacks such as losing a job or encountering obstacles in personal projects, it is essential to redirect our efforts constructively. For example, an entrepreneur whose venture fails can use the experience to reassess and develop new ideas. Similarly, a person facing relationship changes can approach the situation with maturity, focusing on growth and understanding rather than resentment. By viewing setbacks as opportunities for redirection, we can maintain our momentum and continue moving forward. This practical application of Stoicism involves consistently seeking ways to adapt and thrive despite obstacles. It encourages us to remain flexible and open-minded, using each challenge as a stepping stone towards greater resilience and wisdom. By embracing this approach, we transform potential failures into valuable lessons and maintain our progress on the path to personal growth. This practical wisdom helps us navigate life's uncertainties with a steady, composed mindset. Number 12, mindset and adaptability. A Stoic mindset views obstacles not as insurmountable barriers but as integral parts of the journey. This perspective allows for continual realignment with our core virtues and wisdom. By anticipating challenges and adapting our plans accordingly, we remain flexible and resilient. This adaptability is crucial for maintaining progress and achieving our goals, even when the path is not straightforward. Viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than setbacks fosters a proactive approach to problem solving. This mindset ensures that we do not become disheartened by temporary detours, but use them to refine our strategies and reinforce our commitment to our values. By maintaining this flexible approach, we can navigate life's twists and turns with greater ease and confidence. Adapting to changing circumstances while staying true to our principles is the essence of Stoic resilience. This mindset empowers us to transform obstacles into opportunities, ensuring that we remain steadfast on our path to personal growth and fulfillment. Number 13, living by virtue. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of living by virtue regardless of external circumstances. He teaches that no obstacle can prevent us from acting with justice, self-control, and wisdom. By embracing obstacles as opportunities for growth, we align our actions with our highest values. This approach transforms challenges into catalysts for personal development. Living by virtue means consistently choosing to act ethically, even when faced with difficulties. It involves maintaining our integrity and commitment to our principles, no matter what external forces we encounter. This steadfastness ensures that we remain grounded and resilient, capable of navigating life's challenges with grace. By focusing on our inner virtues, we build a foundation of strength and wisdom that supports us through all of life's trials. This Stoic commitment to virtuous living empowers us to face obstacles with courage and equanimity, knowing that our true strength lies in our character and ethical choices. Number 14, compassion for genuine hardship. Stoicism acknowledges the reality of severe hardships such as illness, abuse, and war. While these situations represent profound suffering, many have summoned heroic resilience in the face of such adversity. It is essential to retain compassion for those enduring unimaginable trauma and pain. At the same time, Stoicism teaches that ordinary struggles are often more manageable than we perceive. By maintaining a perspective of resilience and strength, we can face our challenges with greater courage and determination. Compassion for genuine hardship involves recognizing the suffering of others, while also understanding our capacity to endure and overcome. This dual perspective fosters empathy and solidarity, helping us support others while maintaining our own resilience. By acknowledging the severity of true hardships, we can better appreciate the manageable nature of our daily struggles. This compassionate approach helps us navigate life's challenges with a balanced, empathetic perspective, enhancing our inner strength and wisdom. Number 15, not creating upsets. Marcus Aurelius advises us not to turn situations into crises unnecessarily. Often, we blow minor inconveniences out of proportion, creating unnecessary distress. By choosing calm acceptance over emotional reactions, we can navigate daily annoyances with ease. A missed train, a rude comment, or a delayed flight need not be a source of significant upset. When we resist the urge to dramatize minor events, we maintain our inner peace. This principle applies to both minor daily irritations and larger life challenges. By practicing mindful detachment, we can prevent ourselves from being unduly disturbed by life's inevitable inconveniences. This approach helps us conserve our energy and focus on what truly matters, ensuring that we do not waste our mental and emotional resources on trivial matters. By choosing not to turn minor issues into major crises, we cultivate a sense of calm and resilience, allowing us to navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and serenity. Number 16, Stoicism in modern life. Applying Stoic principles to contemporary challenges can help us navigate the fast-paced modern world with greater ease and wisdom. The core teachings of Stoicism remain relevant today, offering practical strategies for maintaining inner peace amidst external chaos. By balancing Stoic detachment with modern responsibilities and relationships, we can live a more harmonious and fulfilling life. This involves integrating Stoic practices into our daily routines, such as reflecting on our actions, practicing mindfulness, and maintaining a perspective of calm acceptance. By doing so, we cultivate resilience and adaptability, enabling us to handle the stresses of modern life with grace. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we cannot, providing a framework for navigating the complexities of contemporary existence. By embracing these timeless principles, we can achieve a balanced, centered approach to life, ensuring that we remain undisturbed by the ever-changing circumstances around us. Number 17, mindful detachment. Refraining from self-created suffering is a crucial Stoic practice. By maintaining energy and clarity for true priorities, we can avoid the unnecessary turmoil that comes from overreacting to minor events. Mindful detachment involves observing situations without becoming emotionally entangled in them. This approach helps us stay grounded and focused on what truly matters. By practicing mindful detachment, we can navigate life's challenges with a sense of calm and resilience, ensuring that we are not easily disturbed by external events. This practice allows us to conserve our mental and emotional resources for addressing significant issues rather than wasting them on trivial matters. By cultivating this habit, we can maintain a sense of inner peace and clarity, even in the face of adversity. This Stoic principle empowers us to remain composed and focused, ensuring that we are not swayed by the inevitable ups and downs of life. Number 18, final thoughts. Imagine a life where the storms of daily existence don't rattle you, where each challenge is met with unwavering calm and composed strength. This is the gift of Stoic philosophy, a path to enduring peace and resilience. Remember, it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of them. By practicing Stoicism, we reclaim our power over our reactions, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. As you journey forward, embrace the Stoic mindset, focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and meet each moment with calm acceptance. By doing so, you can navigate life's ups and downs with greater ease and wisdom, ensuring your inner peace remains steadfast amidst external chaos. Now I invite you to reflect on your experiences. Have you faced challenges that tested your resilience? How did you respond? And how might a Stoic approach have made a difference? Share your thoughts and stories in the comments below. Your insights could be the spark that inspires others on their path to tranquility. Let's create a community of shared wisdom and support, helping each other to act like nothing disturbs us anymore.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. "Akio, excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" "Akio, I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. "Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now." Akio, "I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it?" Ryokan, smiling gently. "Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond." Ryokan paused, then continued. "Ryokan, mindfulness is not just about sitting still. It's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. Even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence." Akio, "I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected." Ryokan, "Exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully." Akio, nodding, "I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference." Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan, "Do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom." Akio, "I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful." Ryokan, "Start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow." Akio, thoughtfully, "I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go." Ryokan, "Yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters." Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan, "Think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience." Akio, "That's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage." Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan, one of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio, but if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan, chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio, frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan, hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio, I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan, indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan, I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio, but what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan, start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan, your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio, how can I do that? Ryokan, clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan, even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio, thank you, master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan, remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility.
2,000-year-old Stoic wisdom to transform your life. Have you ever wondered what ancient wisdom could teach us about finding true happiness and inner peace in today's chaotic world? Imagine tapping into 2,000-year-old Stoic principles that have stood the test of time, offering profound insights for navigating life's challenges with resilience and clarity. The Stoics, renowned for their practical and rational approach to life, provide timeless rules that guide us toward a fulfilling and virtuous existence. In this exploration of Stoic philosophy, we delve into 12 powerful ideas that can transform our perspective, empower our actions, and help us lead a life of wisdom and purpose. Let's uncover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path in the modern world, fostering a sense of tranquility and strength amidst the turmoil. Number 1. Practical wisdom. Stoic philosophy emphasizes practical wisdom, the application of rational principles to daily life. It's not enough to merely understand virtue, one must live it. Practical wisdom involves making decisions that align with moral and ethical standards, leading to a life of integrity and purpose. This wisdom helps navigate challenges with a clear mind, distinguishing what truly matters from trivial distractions. By focusing on virtue and rational action, we cultivate a stable and resilient character. The Stoics teach us that wisdom isn't found in abstract theories, but in the day-to-day application of principles like courage, justice, temperance, and practical reasoning. This approach not only enhances personal well-being, but also contributes to the greater good, fostering a harmonious and just society. In embracing practical wisdom, we learn to act with intention and clarity, making choices that reflect our highest values and enduring truths. This grounded approach to life ensures that we remain steadfast amidst chaos, resilient in adversity, and unwavering in our pursuit of a virtuous and fulfilling existence. Number 2, justice and brotherhood. The Stoics believed in the profound interconnectedness of humanity, advocating for justice and brotherhood. Understanding others' perspectives is crucial for fostering forgiveness and reducing conflict. By recognizing that everyone is a fellow participant in the human experience, we can cultivate empathy and compassion. Justice, according to Stoic principles, involves treating others fairly and with respect, ensuring that our actions contribute to the common good. This sense of brotherhood extends beyond immediate relationships, encompassing all of humanity. In embracing this ideal, we commit to a life of service, supporting and uplifting others. This communal approach not only enhances societal harmony, but also enriches our own lives, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. When we view others as brothers and sisters, we are more inclined to act with kindness, patience, and understanding, creating a ripple effect of positive change. This principle of justice and brotherhood reminds us that true strength lies in unity, and that by working together, we can overcome any challenge and build a more just and compassionate world. Number 3, control and acceptance. One of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy is the concept of control and acceptance. Happiness, according to the Stoics, is found in recognizing and accepting what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle teaches us to focus our energy on our thoughts, actions, and responses, which are within our power, rather than external events and outcomes, which are beyond our control. By accepting this reality, we reduce unnecessary stress and anxiety, cultivating a sense of inner peace. This approach encourages a proactive mindset, where we take responsibility for our own well-being and actions, rather than blaming external circumstances. In doing so, we build resilience and maintain our composure even in the face of adversity. Acceptance does not mean passive resignation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, empowering us to act wisely and effectively within the sphere of our control. This Stoic principle is a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and equanimity, ensuring that we remain steadfast and centered no matter what comes our way. Number 4, reflection and self-improvement. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reflection and self-improvement. Regular self-reflection is a crucial practice for personal growth, allowing us to assess our actions, thoughts, and motivations critically. This introspective process helps us identify areas for improvement and develop a deeper understanding of our own character. The Stoics believed that by examining our lives, we can align more closely with our values and principles, leading to a more virtuous and fulfilling existence. Self-improvement is an ongoing journey, one that requires humility and a willingness to acknowledge and correct our faults. It involves setting realistic goals and striving to become better each day, not for external validation, but for the sake of our own moral development. Through this process, we cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, building a character that can withstand life's challenges. By committing to reflection and self-improvement, we take an active role in shaping our destiny, ensuring that we live a life of purpose and integrity. Number 5, purpose and duty. Understanding and fulfilling one's purpose and duties in life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believe that each person has a unique role to play, and by embracing this role with integrity and commitment, we find true contentment. Purpose is not just about personal ambition, but also about contributing to the greater good. This sense of duty guides our actions, helping us navigate life's complexities with a clear sense of direction. When we understand our purpose, we are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or trivial pursuits. Instead, we focus on what truly matters, aligning our actions with our core values and principles. This commitment to purpose and duty fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and resilience, as we are anchored by a strong sense of meaning. By dedicating ourselves to our responsibilities, whether in our personal lives or within the broader community, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world. This Stoic principle teaches us that true happiness and satisfaction come from living in accordance with our highest ideals and making a positive impact on the lives of others. Number 6, mindfulness of mortality. Practicing memento mori, the reminder of our mortality, is a powerful Stoic exercise that encourages us to live each day with purpose and gratitude. The awareness of death should not be a source of fear, but a motivator to live fully and meaningfully. By acknowledging that our time is limited, we become more mindful of how we spend each moment, prioritizing what truly matters. This practice helps us appreciate the present and the simple joys of life, fostering a sense of gratitude for our experiences and relationships. It also encourages us to let go of petty grievances and focus on what is within our control. The Stoics believed that understanding and accepting our mortality is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us to live with integrity, making the most of our time and leaving a positive legacy. Embracing this perspective helps us face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. Number 7, emotional mastery. Mastering one's emotions is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that true power comes from controlling our emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotions such as anger, fear, and jealousy are seen as distortions that cloud our judgment and hinder rational thinking. By practicing self-discipline and understanding, we can manage these emotions effectively. This involves recognizing the triggers of negative emotions and responding with calm and reason. Emotional mastery does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather transforming them into constructive responses. By maintaining a balanced and composed mindset, we navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and clarity. This Stoic approach fosters inner peace and strength, allowing us to remain focused on our goals and values despite external pressures. Through emotional mastery, we cultivate a state of equanimity, where we are not easily swayed by external events, but remain grounded in our principles. This enables us to make thoughtful decisions and build healthier relationships, contributing to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Number 8, self-reliance and virtue. True happiness and contentment, according to Stoic philosophy, come from within. Self-reliance and the cultivation of virtue are essential for a fulfilling life. The Stoics teach that external possessions and circumstances do not determine our well-being. Rather, it is our inner state and adherence to moral principles that matter. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we build a resilient and stable character. Self-reliance involves trusting in our own abilities and judgment, while also recognizing our interconnectedness with others. This balance helps us navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Living in harmony with nature and our true selves leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. By prioritizing virtue over material wealth, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of external validation and find joy in the simple and meaningful aspects of life. This Stoic principle reminds us that we have the power to create a good life through our actions and choices, grounded in self-reliance and the pursuit of virtue. Number 9, community and cooperation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of community and cooperation, recognizing that humans are inherently social beings. Embracing the interconnectedness of humanity fosters empathy, altruism, and mutual support. This principle encourages us to view others as fellow members of a universal community, working together for the common good. By prioritizing cooperation over competition, we contribute to a more harmonious and just society. This approach involves active participation in our communities, offering support and kindness to others, and working towards shared goals. The Stoics teach that by helping others, we also enrich our own lives, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. This communal mindset strengthens social bonds and promotes collective well-being. It reminds us that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also those around us. By fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy, we build stronger, more resilient communities that can face challenges together. This Stoic principle underscores the idea that true strength and happiness lie in unity and shared purpose. Number 10, dealing with adversity. Building resilience through voluntary hardship is a key Stoic principle for dealing with adversity. The Stoics believed that by intentionally facing challenges, we strengthen our character and prepare ourselves for life's inevitable difficulties. This practice involves embracing discomfort and viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth. Recognizing that external events do not harm us, but our judgments about them do, helps us maintain perspective and composure. By shifting our mindset to see adversity as a natural part of life, we become more adaptable and resourceful. This approach fosters a sense of inner strength and resilience, enabling us to navigate crises with calm and clarity. The Stoics teach that adversity reveals our true character and provides a chance to practice virtues such as courage, patience, and perseverance. By confronting difficulties head-on and learning from them, we develop a robust and resilient spirit. This Stoic principle encourages us to see challenges not as setbacks, but as essential experiences that shape and refine us, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Number 11, living in the present. The Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of living in the present. By focusing on the here and now, we maximize our experiences and make the most of our time. The Stoics teach that excessive concern for the past or future diminishes our ability to appreciate and engage with the present moment. Living immediately means valuing the current experiences and opportunities without being weighed down by regrets or anxieties. This approach fosters mindfulness and gratitude, allowing us to fully immerse ourselves in our activities and relationships. By embracing the present, we reduce stress and increase our sense of fulfillment and joy. This principle encourages us to let go of distractions and focus on what truly matters, enhancing our overall well-being. The Stoics remind us that life happens in the present, and by fully engaging with it, we can live more meaningful and satisfying lives. This mindful approach ensures that we do not miss out on the richness of our experiences, leading to a deeper appreciation of life and its moments. Number 12, perspective on death. Accepting death as a natural part of life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that death is not inherently terrifying. It is our perception that causes fear. By understanding and accepting the inevitability of death, we can live more fully and courageously. This perspective encourages us to focus on what truly matters and to make the most of our time. By contemplating our mortality, we develop a sense of urgency and purpose, prioritizing meaningful activities and relationships. This acceptance also helps us let go of trivial concerns and petty grievances, fostering a deeper sense of peace and contentment. The Stoics believe that understanding death is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us that life is fleeting and precious, and that we should live with integrity and intention. By embracing this principle, we can face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. This Stoic wisdom helps us appreciate the present and live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. As we draw from the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we uncover timeless principles that offer profound insights for leading a resilient, virtuous, and fulfilling life. By integrating these 2,000-year-old rules into our daily routines, we can cultivate inner peace, embrace challenges with courage, and live with a sense of purpose and clarity. If these teachings resonate with you and inspire you to lead a more meaningful life, don't forget to like this video. For more content on wisdom and personal growth, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers on this journey toward enlightenment. Share this video with others who might benefit from these insights, and let's continue exploring the transformative power of Stoic philosophy together. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more wisdom-filled videos. 12 Stoic principles to master the art of not caring and letting go. Imagine this. You're scrolling through social media, bombarded by a never-ending stream of updates, likes, and comments. You feel the weight of the world's expectations, wondering why you can't just let things go and care a little less about every trivial matter. But what if I told you there's a treasure trove of ancient wisdom that holds the key to mastering the art of not caring and letting go? Welcome, fellow Stoics of the digital age. You've stumbled upon a golden treasure. No, not the latest viral meme or trending video, but timeless principles from some of history's greatest thinkers. Long before the chaos of our modern world, the Stoics lived by teachings that can guide our smartphone-filled, caffeine-driven lives. In this video, we'll explore 12 Stoic principles that are so refreshing, They might just be the antidote to the 21st century hustle. Get ready to uncover pearls of wisdom that will transform how you navigate life's challenges, helping you find peace amidst the chaos. And hey, if you're eager to discover more of these timeless insights, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Now let's dive into the enlightening world of Stoicism and learn how to keep calm and carry on with grace and resilience. Number 1, reflect, review, and realign. In the rush of our daily lives, we often overlook the importance of self-reflection. Yet, as Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Taking time to reflect on our actions, decisions, and their outcomes allows us to understand ourselves better. Regular introspection acts as a mirror for our souls, revealing patterns that either aid or hinder our growth. By reviewing our actions and thoughts, we can realign our paths, making necessary adjustments to lead a more fulfilled and intentional life. This practice isn't about dwelling on past mistakes, but learning from them, celebrating small victories, and continuously evolving. In a world that seldom grants us pauses, embracing reflection can be our secret to inner peace and true contentment. Number 2, accept change as nature's course. Change is the only constant in life, yet we often resist it, clinging to the familiar. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Life's nature is evolution, and every change, whether a job switch, a breakup, or a move, adds a unique brushstroke to the canvas of our existence. By accepting change as part of nature's course, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Embracing life's fluidity and unpredictability allows us to flow with it rather than fight against it. This acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation, but an active engagement with life's ever-shifting landscape, finding growth and opportunities in every twist and turn. Number 3, control. What's within, release what's without. Imagine this, it's a rainy Tuesday morning and your cat knocks over your freshly brewed cup of tea. The old you might have fumed, blaming the universe for conspiring against you, but consider Seneca's wisdom. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The truth is, things happen, tea spills, cats are mischievous. What's within our control? Our reactions. Instead of letting our imagination paint a gloomy day ahead, we can choose to laugh it off and brew another cup. The world will keep throwing curveballs, but the power of our reactions is entirely ours. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Number 4, detach from external validation. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to get hooked on external validation. Every like, share, and comment becomes a measure of our self-worth. But as Epictetus wisely said, man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. It's strange that tiny icons on a screen can dictate our mood and sense of self. Stoicism urges us to seek validation from within. Our worth should be measured by our values, actions, and character, not by online clout. The next time a post doesn't get the expected traction or someone leaves a snide comment, remember, your worth is not up for public voting. You are your own judge and jury, and true confidence comes from within. Number 5, recognize life's natural cycles. Loss is a natural part of life, be it a favorite hoodie, a cherished memory, or a loved one. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. In the vast ecosystem of existence, everything has its season. Trees shed leaves only to sprout new ones, and similarly, life presents endings and beginnings. Each change teaches us, shapes us, and adds to our resilience. Rather than clinging to what was, Stoicism invites us to appreciate life's impermanence. By understanding and embracing the cycles of loss and renewal, we can live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully, knowing that every sunset makes way for a new sunrise. Number 6, seek growth in adversity. Who hasn't faced a challenge, whether it's a difficult boss, an endless pile of bills, or a perpetually late train? It's easy to complain and wish for an easier life. However, Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Challenges are life's personal gym sessions for our souls. When we encounter hurdles, instead of asking, why me, we should ponder, what is this teaching me? Every adversity carries a lesson and a potential for growth. It's all a matter of perspective. By viewing difficulties as opportunities to strengthen our character and resilience, we can approach life with a mindset ready to say, bring it on. Number 7, be of service to others. Stoicism isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's also about uplifting the community. Seneca reminds us we are all bound together in a partnership. By helping others, we not only enrich their lives, but also add meaning to our own. Whether it's assisting a neighbor, volunteering, or simply being there for a friend, every act of kindness reverberates in the universe. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from being of service to others. It's not just about thriving solo, but about elevating those around us. In helping others, we find purpose and forge deeper connections, enhancing both our lives and the lives of those we touch. Number 8, cultivate inner riches. In an age dominated by opulent Instagram feeds and constant displays of affluence, it's easy to equate happiness with material gains. Yet, Seneca wisely observed, it's not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. True wealth isn't about the latest gadgets or designer labels. It's about the contentment of the soul, the richness of experiences, and the treasure of memories. Stoicism reminds us that while it's okay to enjoy life's luxuries, we shouldn't be enslaved by them. In the end, it's the stories we've woven, not the possessions we've accumulated, that truly matter. By cultivating inner riches, we find lasting fulfillment and peace. Number 9, understand and accept fate. Life, with its myriad complexities, is a blend of our efforts and the universe's designs. Epictetus advises, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, outcomes don't align with our expectations. Instead of being bogged down by what didn't go as planned, Stoicism nudges us to embrace what is on our plate. Acceptance of fate doesn't mean passivity. It means actively engaging with life, finding peace in the present moment, and trusting the journey. Often, the most captivating stories emerge from the most unexpected turns, and embracing fate allows us to navigate these twists with grace. Number 10, embrace the present moment. In our fast-paced world, with notifications binging every second, we often miss the beauty of the present. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, do not let the future disturb you, for you will arrive there if you nurture your present. We spend so much time lost in thoughts about tomorrow's tasks or past regrets that we forget to live in the now. Being present isn't just about paying attention, it's about truly experiencing life. Savor your meals, listen to your friends, and feel the wind on your face. Let go of yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. In the grand tapestry of life, it's the little moments stitched together that define our happiness. Number 11, focus on personal growth. Continuous learning and self-improvement are at the heart of a fulfilled life. The Stoics teach us that personal growth is a lifelong journey. By constantly seeking knowledge, honing our skills, and reflecting on our experiences, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges. This focus on growth isn't about perfection, but about progress. It's about becoming a better version of ourselves each day. Embrace the opportunities for learning that life presents, whether through successes or failures. By prioritizing personal development, we cultivate resilience, wisdom, and a deeper sense of purpose. Number 12, practice gratitude. In the pursuit of more, we often forget to appreciate what we already have. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in our lives. As Seneca observed, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. By regularly expressing thankfulness for our blessings, we foster a positive outlook and inner peace. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction and envy. It reminds us of the richness of our experiences and the people who make our lives meaningful. Make it a habit to reflect on and express gratitude daily, and watch as your perspective transforms. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings.
Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts. Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there, excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter, but knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life. I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice, it's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, a gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so, I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements, or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable. A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations." Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, "Anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured." When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, "I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge," or "I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make." This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship, but when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, "What other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself." While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, "If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich." This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, "Know what you can bear and carry no more than your share." For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, Does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach, calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything.
Have you ever found yourself brimming with ideas and ambitions, only to see them fizzle out after a few weeks? Do you often start projects with enthusiasm, but struggle to maintain the momentum needed to see them through? If so, you're not alone. Many people grapple with the challenge of consistency, knowing deep down that they have more to give, more to achieve, and more to experience in this life, but feeling unable to sustain the actions required to reach their full potential. Consistency is the secret ingredient that transforms fleeting efforts into enduring success. It's not about grand gestures or bursts of intense activity, but about the steady, disciplined actions taken day in and day out. In the words of Jim Rohn, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. This seemingly simple yet profoundly powerful truth is what separates those who merely dream from those who achieve. In this guide, we will explore the essence of consistency and how you can cultivate it in your life. By delving into 3 foundational principles, clarifying your why, accountability, and intentional action, you will discover the tools and mindset needed to build a life of unwavering discipline and remarkable achievements. This journey is not just about accomplishing goals, it's about transforming your approach to life, embracing a Stoic philosophy that emphasizes resilience, purpose, and relentless commitment. Prepare to unlock the potential within you, to harness the power of consistency, and to achieve the kind of lasting success that most people only ever dream of. Let's embark on this journey together, starting with the first crucial step, clarifying your why. Number 1, clarify your why. To embark on any meaningful journey, you must first understand the deeper reason behind your actions. This is not just about setting goals, it's about uncovering the core purpose that drives you, the why that ignites your passion and keeps you resilient in the face of adversity. When you have a profound reason guiding your actions, you are equipped with an anchor, a steadying force that ensures you remain focused and motivated, no matter how turbulent the waters of life may become. In the philosophy of Stoicism, clarity of purpose is paramount. The ancient Stoics believed that to live a fulfilling life, one must act in harmony with their values and principles. This alignment between your actions and your core beliefs forms the bedrock of true consistency. Ask yourself, what is it that you deeply desire? What values do you hold most sacred? What vision do you have for your life, not just in terms of achievements, but in the way you live and the impact you leave behind? Your why should be a beacon that guides you through the darkest times. Consider the journey of Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher who faced countless challenges during his reign. Despite the immense pressures and adversities, he remained steadfast, driven by a profound sense of duty to his people and a commitment to his philosophical principles. His why was not merely to rule, but to serve as a just and virtuous leader, to live in accordance with the Stoic values of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. In your own life, finding this level of clarity requires introspection and honesty. Reflect deeply on what truly matters to you. Is it the well-being of your family, the pursuit of knowledge, the desire to contribute to your community or make a difference in the world? Your why should resonate with your innermost values and passions, creating a compelling vision that inspires you to persist even when faced with obstacles. Once you have identified your why, let it permeate every aspect of your life. Use it as a touchstone when making decisions, a source of strength when encountering difficulties, and a guiding principle for your daily actions. When your efforts are aligned with this deeper purpose, consistency becomes not just a discipline, but a natural expression of your commitment to your values. Remember, the journey to consistency is not about perfection, but about persistent effort. There will be days when motivation wanes and distractions abound. During these times, return to your why. Let it remind you of the bigger picture, the overarching narrative of your life story. In the words of Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Your why is that port, a clear destination that ensures you navigate life's challenges with purpose and determination. In conclusion, to cultivate true consistency, you must first clarify your why. This deep, compelling reason will sustain you through challenges, providing the motivation and alignment needed to persist in your efforts. Let your why be the foundation upon which you build your daily actions, ensuring that every step you take is in harmony with your core values and ultimate vision. Number 2, accountability. Once you have clarified your why, the next critical step is to establish a robust system of accountability. In the pursuit of consistency, accountability serves as a crucial mechanism to keep you on track, ensuring that your actions align with your goals and values. By involving others in your journey, you create a support network that not only motivates you, but also holds you responsible for your commitments. Accountability is a principle deeply rooted in Stoicism. The Stoics understood the importance of community and mutual support in maintaining personal discipline. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the influence of his mentors, peers, and the people around him. He acknowledged that while self-discipline is vital, the guidance and encouragement of others can significantly enhance one's ability to remain consistent. To build a system of accountability, start by identifying individuals who can support you in your journey. These could be mentors, coaches, trusted friends, or family members who understand your goals and values. The key is to choose people who will challenge you to stay true to your commitments, offer constructive feedback, and celebrate your successes. These accountability partners should be people who believe in your potential and are willing to invest their time and energy in your growth. In practical terms, setting up regular check-ins with your accountability partners can be immensely beneficial. These sessions can serve as a platform for you to discuss your progress, share challenges, and receive guidance. The mere knowledge that someone else is keeping track of your efforts can be a powerful motivator, compelling you to maintain your discipline and follow through on your plans. Moreover, accountability can extend beyond personal relationships to include formal structures. Joining a group or community that shares similar goals can provide additional layers of support and motivation. Whether it's a professional association, a mastermind group, or an online community, being part of a collective effort can inspire you to stay consistent and committed. One of the significant benefits of accountability is that it helps counteract the human tendency to procrastinate or make excuses. When left to our own devices, it's easy to rationalize why we didn't stick to our plans. However, when we know that we have to report our actions to someone else, we are more likely to push through resistance and uphold our commitments. This external pressure can be a powerful antidote to the internal inertia that often hinders progress. In the Stoic tradition, the concept of accountability also involves self-reflection and personal honesty. Keeping a journal where you record your daily actions, reflect on your progress, and evaluate your adherence to your goals can serve as a personal accountability tool. This practice allows you to take an objective look at your efforts, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce your commitment to consistency. In summary, accountability is a fundamental pillar of consistency. By surrounding yourself with supportive individuals and creating formal structures for regular check-ins, you reinforce your commitment to your goals. This network of accountability partners helps you stay motivated, provides valuable feedback, and ensures that you remain on track. Remember, as the Stoics taught, we are stronger together, and through mutual support and accountability, we can achieve remarkable consistency and success. Number 3, intentional action. With your why clearly defined and a solid accountability system in place, the final piece of the puzzle is to take intentional action. Consistency is not merely a theoretical concept. It is manifested through deliberate, purposeful actions repeated over time. This is where the practical application of your plans takes shape, transforming your goals into tangible outcomes. Intentional action requires you to establish a structured daily routine that supports your objectives. This involves setting specific, manageable tasks that align with your broader goals and breaking them down into actionable steps. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practices and routines to cultivate virtue and excellence. By embedding consistency into your daily life, you create a framework that ensures continuous progress, regardless of external circumstances. Start by identifying the key activities that directly contribute to your goals. These activities should be prioritized in your daily schedule, receiving the attention and focus they deserve. For instance, if your goal is to improve your physical health, dedicate time each day for exercise, meal planning, and rest. If your aim is professional development, allocate periods for learning, networking, and skill building. The specificity of your actions is crucial. Vague intentions rarely translate into consistent behaviors. To enhance the effectiveness of your daily routine, leverage the power of habits. Habits are automatic behaviors that, once established, require minimal conscious effort to maintain. By transforming your intentional actions into habits, you reduce the mental load associated with decision-making and increase the likelihood of sustained effort. The Stoics, too, emphasize the importance of habituation in their teachings, advocating for the cultivation of positive habits that reinforce virtue and resilience. A practical approach to habit formation involves starting small and gradually building up. Begin with manageable actions that are easy to integrate into your daily routine. For example, if you aim to write every day, start with just 5 minutes of writing each morning. As this habit becomes ingrained, incrementally increase the duration and complexity of the task. This method ensures that the new behavior is sustainable and less likely to be abandoned due to overwhelm. Another effective strategy is habit stacking, where you pair a new habit with an existing one. This technique leverages the power of your current routines to introduce new behaviors seamlessly. For instance, if you already have a habit of drinking coffee every morning, you could use this time to also review your goals for the day or engage in a brief meditation session. By linking new actions to established routines, you create a supportive environment for consistency. In addition to habits, maintaining flexibility in your approach is essential. Life is unpredictable, and rigid plans can easily be derailed by unforeseen events. A Stoic mindset involves accepting the variability of life and adapting your actions accordingly. If a particular task cannot be completed as planned, find alternative ways to stay on course. This adaptability ensures that temporary setbacks do not lead to a complete abandonment of your goals. To reinforce your intentional actions, regularly review and adjust your routines. Reflect on what is working well and identify areas for improvement. This ongoing evaluation allows you to fine-tune your approach, ensuring that your actions remain aligned with your goals and values. The Stoics practice daily self-examination, a process of reflecting on their actions and intentions to cultivate wisdom and virtue. Incorporate this practice into your routine to maintain a clear focus on your path to consistency. In conclusion, intentional action is the practical embodiment of consistency. By establishing structured routines, cultivating positive habits, and maintaining flexibility, you create a sustainable framework for achieving your goals. This deliberate approach, rooted in Stoic principles, ensures that your efforts are focused, purposeful, and resilient in the face of challenges. Embrace intentional action as a cornerstone of your journey towards consistency, and watch as your disciplined efforts transform your aspirations into reality. As we draw this journey to a close, I invite you to reflect deeply on the path ahead. Consistency is not just a practice, it is a commitment to yourself, a vow to honor your deepest values and aspirations every single day. It's about forging a bond with your future self, a promise to strive relentlessly, to show up and to push through, no matter the obstacles that come your way. Imagine the life you could create with unwavering consistency. Picture the goals you would achieve, the growth you would experience, and the impact you could have. See yourself not as someone who merely dreams, but as someone who acts, who perseveres, who makes things happen. This is the power of consistency. It transforms potential into reality and dreams into accomplishments. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Clarify your why. Surround yourself with a circle of accountability and take intentional, disciplined actions every day. Let these principles guide you, and let your commitment to consistency be the cornerstone of your success. In the Stoic tradition, we find wisdom in the face of adversity, strength in the pursuit of virtue, and serenity in the acceptance of life's challenges. Embrace these teachings as you navigate your path. Know that every step you take, no matter how small, is a testament to your resilience and determination. So, as you move forward, carry with you the words of Seneca. It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Dare to be consistent. Dare to commit fully to your goals and dreams. Dare to live a life of purpose, passion, and profound fulfillment. Thank you for embarking on this journey. May your path be illuminated with clarity, fortified with discipline, and enriched with the unwavering pursuit of your true potential. The future is yours for the taking. Seize it with all your heart, and let your consistency be the force that propels you to greatness.
Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful. So by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money. But after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, what am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account, just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth, rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me.
13. Money is a tool, not the goal.
For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule, but over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan. Whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer, I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.